during the hearing on Senate Bill 485. And it does three things. It does three things. Number one, it adds a definition for digitally variable license, and it adds it amends RSA 332-3G:7 to specify or to put into statute military training, education, and service acceptable for each military occupational specialty. And also there's a new paragraph that we had a conversation about, not only OPLC boards, but non-OPLC boards. And it amends RSA 332-G:7 by saying every board or commission under this title shall complete the rulemaking requirements in paragraph 4. So I think these are the three things that we had talked about for the amendment. And does anybody have any comments or questions?
I think it's simple. It's nice and simple. It's good. Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody want to make a motion to adopt the amendment? Okay, and I'll second that. All those in favor? Okay. 3-0. And then would our would we then recommend OTPA to the committee? Do you want to make that motion? Representative Smith, do you want a second? Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Anyone opposed? Nope. All right, then I think that we have concluded the work that we needed to do for the subcommittee. Thank you. Does anybody have any comments or? Well, if you want, yes, I guess I'm ending the hearing on the subcommittee. Thank you.
you do today, great. If not, we'll do them Tuesday. On Wednesday, we have a hearing for the last 3 Senate bills. And after that, it's only subcommittee work until the end of the Senate.
Tuesday the 23rd?
Well, but
At 11?
11. I'd like to have a caucus before which is why I made it start so late. All right.
Talk to 10?
Yeah, every time I schedule it like for 10:30, somebody schedules a subcommittee for 10.
Session was canceled for next week.
Yep. More time for subcommittee work or whatever.
I need it. I'm just saying I might need it.
Yeah. Oh.
Senator Bitzel?
Good point.
Yeah.
Even worse.
So I print, right, so I printed it as amended, the two, so now there's a single. In the docket, if you look at it, it says- Right, so you must stick to both, right?
All right, good afternoon. For the committee's edification, 3 of the bills we're hearing today are early bills and will need to be voted out of committee no later than next week. My plan is to start an exec on all 3 of them, and if we need to recess it until next week to get an amendment or have a work session or something, we'll do so. But we need to, for scheduling purposes, we need to at least start the exec on Senate Bill 134, 480, and 487, because those are the early bills. All right, so starting with Senate Bill 134, I call Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee. For the record, my name is Regina Birdsell. I'm the state senator for District 19, which encompasses the towns of Derry, Hampstead, and Windham. And I am the prime sponsor of Senate Bill 134, and I apologize for it being so long in coming, but we had a lot of work to do on it. This started out in 2022. It was presented to me from one of my PTSD commission members had asked me to look into it. So I went ahead and I put in 134. And you'll be hearing from the 2 officers that it's basically going to be impacting, but it designs a new retirement. And I worked very closely with Marty Carlin. And this is a new provision for retirements, a new provision for violent accidental disability, and or death retirement benefits. It contained ambiguous provisions and inconsistencies with current law, which could have hindered proper implementation of the bill, which is why I went ahead. It was presented in January, and amendment was presented in January, and I took a look at it. I didn't think it did what we wanted to do. So Marty Carlin, myself, and speak of the devil, Marty Carlin, myself worked on this throughout. So meetings with members of the New Hampshire retirement system produced significant changes to Senate Bill 134, including strengthening the definition of purposeful, hostile, and violent act, removing the COLA benefit, keeping the survivor benefit the same as existing Group 2 benefits, and revising the medical subsidy and requiring medical reexamination. This went through the Senate Finance Committee, I believe, last week, and we brought it to the floor last Thursday, and that is why you have it right here. And I can have my admin send you a listing. I have Marty was really good about putting together, I'd asked him to put together a comparison sheet, one with the current Group 2 job related, what 134 initially wanted, and then what we finally came up with. So I can have my admin send it to the chair and she can get it out to you.
Thank you. We definitely want the comparison of what 134 as it currently exists versus the basic retirement benefits.
Yep.
We're not really too worried about what you fixed in the Senate, because we don't need to worry about it if you took care of it.
There might be some tweaks that we might have to make with it, but other than that, I think we can do that pretty quickly.
Okay.
You're
thank
under
you.
a time constraint, I know.
Yes, thank you. Are there any questions, Representative Lekis and Representative Schmidt?
Thank you. This is concerning the fiscal note. I'm wondering if the dollar amounts reflect the final bill that came out of the Senate. I noticed there are things in here which don't, like the methodology still lists the COLA.
Correct. That is actually why I started working on it, because it was such a high price tag. So that's why I worked with it. We don't have a current fiscal note on it.
You got it. Okay. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So good afternoon, Senator. Is this bill brought at the request of any particular group?
It was brought as a request from the two police officers that were affected, and anyone in the future that's affected by a violent act with a deadly weapon.
Thank you.
The questions? All right, thank you very much, Senator. I'd like to hear from Mr. Carlin on definition of what this is actually doing. Excellent, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While those are making their way around, I'll introduce myself. Marty Carlin, representing the New Hampshire Retirement System. NHRS doesn't have a position on this bill either way. It's a policy decision for the legislature. Does everybody have a handout now? So as Senator Birdsell stated when she introduced the bill, this was a bill from last year that was retained in the Senate, retained in committee, and amended on the opening day of the session. We still had several technical and mechanical concerns with that bill as amended, and I reached out to Senator Birdsell, and we've had several conversations over the months about trying to get something that met the intention of the bill, and it was also able for NHRS to administer it effectively. So the handout that I gave you is a side-by-side of the current Group 2 job-related disability benefit, which is referred to as accidental disability in the statute. The Senate Bill 134 doesn't replace that. Rather, it creates a third level of disability for Group 2 only, the violent attack, violent accidental disability.
Do you mean that someone who qualifies under this new benefit is also eligible to the regular disability benefit?
They not both. It would be an either or. It's like there's a lot of people who are injured on the job, but their injury was accidental or not a violent intent or things like that, where they would still qualify under this. This carves out what the expectation is a very small niche of people, who were shot chasing someone, things like that, or just violent attacks that prevent them from going forward, as opposed to a car crash, where there was no intent, it was an accident, but they still are unable to work. That the existing disability benefit would remain, so there'd be three levels of disability. And for job-related disability in Group 1 and Group 2, basically this can happen to, as long as it's a work-related injury, you can qualify for this at any point in your career. Somebody early on in their career could be injured, or a veteran many years in. The current disability benefit has there's a definition: accident, repeated trauma, gradual degradation while on the job, or job-related occupational disease. Typically, we look to the Department of Labor for determination on the work-relatedness piece for that. And if the qualifications are met and the independent medical examiner finds that the disability is likely to be permanent and would prevent them from doing that job going forward, they're granted a benefit. The new bill has a more strict and limited definition. Someone who has been totally and permanently incapacitated for duty as the result of a purposeful, hostile, and violent attack upon such member in the line of duty. In this section, The definition of purposeful, hostile, and violent attack means a physical attack with a deadly weapon as defined in RSA 625.11.5, done with conscious intent and with such force that it results in the infliction of serious bodily injury, as defined in RSA 625.11.6. That's a criminal statute defining, assault with a deadly weapon. So that's where the reference was there. That was in the original amended version of the bill, but that left sort of a gap is, NHRS, its board, its staff aren't qualified investigators, to look at a situation like that and make a determination whether the definition was met. So Senator Birdsall reached out. We had originally thought maybe the AG's office would be the appropriate body. They didn't feel it was in their wheelhouse. And the Commissioner of Safety, however, was open for being the person who would review the record and make that certification to the board so they could move forward with this benefit. The commissioner and the staff over at Safety already do this for that $100,000 line of duty death benefit. That's not in our statute, but as well as for issues with troopers injured on the job and whether you have to use their sick time or not, depending on the nature. So there's a sort of a structure and a process and actually a statute governing how that is done over there. So the attorney from Safety provided that language to us, which we provided to Senator Birdsall. So we have a clearer definition than we did. We have a qualified body making that determination. So we feel it's administrable at this point. So what happens if someone qualifies for this and they meet the medical criteria as well? The benefit is going to be a little different than the current accidental disability benefit for Group 2, which is 66 2/3 of their average final compensation, whether that's a high 3 or a high 5. That's the and there's also, because it's a set amount, if the person who is injured has more years of service so that their service retirement would have a larger percentage of their AFC, there's a supplemental benefit to make them whole for anything above 66 2/3. That 66 2/3 is a tax-free benefit because it's a job-related disability. The supplemental is not. So that's the current law. The change in this Senate Bill 134, it's 100% of the member's annual rate of earnable compensation. So whatever their salary was in the last 12 months would be the benefit amount, or $75,000, whichever is greater. So it creates a floor benefit for the, for this particular benefit. So that's the benefit structure. Do you want me to keep going, or do you want to take questions on that, or?
Let's see if there are questions. Representative Schuett has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Carlin. Good afternoon. I assume that you have numbers of the amount of people who are currently receiving benefits under the accidental portion. Can you share with us how many that would be? And do you have any kind of an estimate how many of those might apply under the other?
There is approximately between 400 and 450 accidental Group 2 disability recipients currently. Without looking back into the files and looking at the narrative of their cases, it's hard to say how many would have qualified. This bill does, in Section 2, contain session law, though, that it's a look back for anyone who retired under Group 2 accidental disability on or after 7/1/18 can come back and apply for this. They still go through the certification process. That's not a magic date. There may be some people who may have been injured before that or not. There's a few. Actually, I had spoken to a couple of folks who are retired under these circumstances. Googling, I thought of a couple of other high-profile things that were stuck in my mind, and so there's probably there's at least 2 and more than X. But the look back right now in the bill is till 7/1/18, so that's a retroactive application. It wouldn't be the benefit wouldn't be retroactive to the date. It would be start with the grant of the new level of disability.
Other questions? Representative Schmidt? No, Representative Lekis.
Thank you. So for the new benefit, it says that it would be 100% or 75,000, but it says it would be tax-free. Can it be if it's 100% under the federal?
Yeah,
rules?
I think there's a dollar limit or something with taxability of disability benefits, but my understanding from our lawyers is that it would all be a tax-free benefit.
Okay, thank you. And, well, follow-up?
Follow-up.
I know in the original, or the fiscal note we have has a fairly substantial cost. I don't know to what extent the change in the bill modified that, but is there some idea of what the change in the fiscal note would be?
Yeah, it's going to be significantly less than that number. I looked at, when I printed out the bill this morning, I looked at the fiscal note, and because of the way the amendment was drafted, it was fairly open-ended. So the actuary assumed essentially that half the population who retire on disability would get this benefit, and that, you know, with this definition, that's a much more narrower group than 50%. You know, I couldn't put a percentage on it, but I mean, this is, you know, these events happen, you know, not often. You know, these limited attack events. So that fiscal note, is irrelevant to the current bill that the Senate amended and sent over.
One more follow-up?
One more follow-up.
Okay, I didn't see anything in here funding this, so am I correct in assuming this is going to increase the unfunded liability?
It again, if you know, the stated intent over in the Senate and the definition, we believe it's going to be a very limited number of people who would receive this benefit. To the extent that those folks are getting more under this benefit than they are under the current accidental disability benefit, that would obviously increase costs, you know, for funding the plan. Depending on the number of people who qualify, it may or may not show up in the rates. You know, it may be in the rounding, and you know, there's a cost, but it's de minimis enough where it wouldn't be obvious. We don't, you know, you know, so that would kind of show up over time with experience, as you know, that this has been on the books for a few years. We see how many people are getting it, and the actuary will have some data to make a projection going forward for future rates.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
There would be no
Representative
unfunded piece. It would just be a normal cost increase, I believe, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just looking on the second to last page of the fiscal note there, where it said the New Hampshire Retirement System actuary projects an increase to the actual accrued liability of 87.6 million. You're saying that would be if 50% of the people were receiving the benefit?
Yeah, and
I know that it's not going to be that
yeah.
much in this, but that's what
Yeah.
it was based off of.
yes, and I think the version you never saw, the previously amended version, I think it was a look back to everyone who was retired as well. So that's where the unfunded piece would have come in on that. You know, you know, honestly, it had enough drafting issues where it was really hard for them to value. So they went very conservative on it because of the ambiguities in the bill.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? I have one. Still looking at the fiscal note, there's a whole lot of issues with the language and the interpretation. Have those been resolved?
Yes, the version you have in front of you, we've reviewed, as has folks in the risk management unit, admin services, and safety, and nobody had any obvious concerns with the amended version that the Senate passed last week.
Okay. All right.
So if you flip the page, there's a couple of other boxes on the back. The eligibility and the benefit levels are larger. There's also gainful occupation, which is the top row on the second page. That's a provision in the law right now where if someone is receiving a disability, group 1 or group 2, job related or non-job related, there are limits on how much income they can earn in retirement without offsetting their disability benefit. So there's a formula involved in that. For current Group 2 accidental disability, once the person turns 45 and would have had 20 years of service, there's no more gainful occupation. For this new level, there would be no gainful occupation at all. So the person could get the violent accidental disability benefit, and if they were able to work in another capacity and be compensated for that, it wouldn't offset their disability benefit from NHRS.
Isn't that an issue with the taxability of it?
Well, their income from other employment would be taxable, and I will bring that back to our legal folks, because that didn't come up in our internal discussions, and one of them is a former tax attorney, so, and it's always but I still want to double check it for you.
Okay.
And then the last piece is medical subsidy. I'm not sure, some of you who have been around a few years may be familiar with that term. This is a benefit that the legislature created in the late 80s and early 90s for the different groups, and have been phasing it out over time. This is a payment if a retiree is receiving insurance through their former employer, NHRS will pay a set amount in statute to offset any out-of-pocket premiums they're paying to the former employer, whether it's a political subdivision or a school or the state. The plan is closed to Group 1 members now. Group 2 members who were in service on June 30th of 2000, and they're still working, they'll be subsidy eligible when they retire, as will Group 2 regular current accidental disability retirements who were active before July 1 of 2005. So this, and that's a ever shrinking pool, as we get farther away from those dates. This bill would create a subsidy for this category of disability, with a larger monthly premium offset amount, $1,000 per person prior to Medicare eligibility, and $630 and change after. That percentage is the same as the percentage in the current subsidy amounts for those who are receiving it, but it's just a larger base number. And again, if their insurance premiums that they were paying from their former employer were less than that, they wouldn't get the extra. We would pay up to the amount, and if the amount was greater, they'd pay the difference. So that's how the subsidy works. So those were the version that came over from the Senate. Those are the four primary differences in the current benefit and in this new benefit. So I'd be glad to answer any other questions.
This continues to say it doesn't affect the sections dealing with working after retirement, so that someone who were to be retired due to this disability would still be limited to part-time work if they were working for a retirement system employer.
Yes, that may be inartfully worded. There were changes in the previous version about working after retirement and post-retirement death benefits. Those were taken out in the version you received. So it's status quo for the working after retirement rules, for the 50% auto spousal benefit for Group 2, things like that. Those are unchanged for this new category.
Thank you. Does anyone else have questions? Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. Early on, you mentioned both Group 1 and Group 2, but this is definitely only Group 2, correct?
Yeah, this is Group 2 only.
Okay. And this may not be completely relevant, but there are people that work in Group 1 that are also exposed to this type of potential injury. Inspectors of various nature, sometimes you have to take law enforcement along, so it would seem like it might apply to Group 1 as well. That's not really relevant, I suppose. Thank you.
It depends on whether we're expecting somebody to come over to the DMV with a pistol and settle their disputes violently. I wouldn't think it's that likely.
Maybe I would follow up if I may.
Please.
Yep. I am a Group 1 retiree, worked at DES, and there's a number of instances where our inspectors, especially when you're tracking down people doing illegal disposal on their property and that type of thing, where you do take a law enforcement officer with you. or sometimes not, and there have been cases of threatening with firearms and that type of thing. So, thank you, Madam Chair, appreciate that.
Yes, all right, well, I'm sure that if this benefit is a success, Group 1 will be coming after us in the future. Any other questions for Mr. Carlin? Representative Broden.
I apologize for coming in late. So in the current statute, it says that the people who are disabled who have additional compensation from a part-time position or something, that is taken into account by the in their payment, but in their annual amount earned. Whereas if House Bill 134 passes, any type of gainful occupation reporting would not be required.
Correct.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kenneth Chamberlain? Thank you. But you have to turn your mic on, please. Thank you.
Sorry.
No, biggie.
My name is Kenneth Chamberlain. I'm retired Manchester police officer, retired in 2019. I was an investigator in the traffic unit. I served 27 and a half years. My first 11 years, I worked in Hooksett. I was a patrol sergeant. I was also held a position of union president with the Manchester Police Department. I held that position until my retirement in 2019. I'm also past president of the New Hampshire Police Association. I was president in 2016, 2017. I still currently assist the New Hampshire Police Association with lobbying and also with charitable fundraising. I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 134. So the purpose of this bill is to add a new section under accidental disability and the accidental disability retirement, violent accident disability retirement allowance. So I have my prepared statement. I'm going to wander off this thing now, just listening to some of the stuff that's been spoken to here. So the reason why I got involved, obviously I'm close friends with Dan Doherty through my work with him, through being his union president, and also just from the stuff that I've done with the New Hampshire Police Association. And over the course of time since 2012, just some of the things that Dan's been dealing with, things that have come up, I just felt that some type of legislation was needed to try to correct some of these things. One of the things, if you look at, there's two type of disability retirements in the state. One is accidental disability, which is something that happens when you're working, you get injured, and you're permanently disabled. The other one's called ordinary. So one of the conversations I had with Dan, probably well into this, his journey now and his disability, when I found out that his disability was called accidental disability, my question to him was, accidental disability, well, this wasn't an accident. How is it called accidental disability when it's not an accident? So the one thing is with this whole bill is dealing with is everything that would be covered under here with these disabilities. They're not an accident. They're all intentional acts. And just listening to some of the conversation, I feel for any employee, someone that's going on, a gas worker, utility person, that goes out to a home someplace and gets harassed or maybe even gets attacked, I feel for that person. In this scenario, in these incidents that you're going to hear, they're going to speak to you and they're going to explain the scenarios that they were in, the incidents that they were in. They were purposely attacked. They were targeted and attacked. So it wasn't like they just came upon something and something just, someone didn't like the fact that their meter was being read. they were attacked with the specific intent of causing harm or killing them. And the injuries that they sustained are no different than if they were in combat. They're not clean injuries. The type of injuries that are ever developing, they're ever evolving, they're ever changing. They're not an injury that you have and it heals. You might have a disability from it, but say you lost a limb, the limb's gone, and you have to figure out how to compensate for not having that limb. The injuries that they have are, I'll use Dan as an example. He'll probably come up and tell you some of the stuff that he has wrong with him, but some of his injuries, he was shot 6 times. He fell on his left tibia was shattered, so it caused him to fall on his back. One of the bullets that was shot at him went under his vest after he fell down, so it just bounced around inside him because it wouldn't come out. It caused just a ton of internal injuries to his internal organs, intestines. He lost 2 feet of his intestines. He has lead fragments in his body that they can't take out. And the reason they can't take them out is too risky. So just think about if you buy a house right now and it's built before 1978, you have to have a lead paint test done on it. Why is that? Because you want to make sure you're not going to get poisoned, something like that from the house. He has lead in his body. And what is that going to do? We don't know what causes that's going to have with him going in the future, but I'm sure something's going to happen with that. He's had 19 major surgeries. So I'm just giving you an example like this. In Paul Lewis, same thing. He was shot in the arm. Again, it's not a clean injury. He's still having issues with that, and they're ever developing injuries. So that's part of the reason why this bill is important. So I'm all kind of all over the place because I'm just trying to answer some of the stuff that you talked about. One of the things with these 2 offices is the time that they had on when this took place. So Dan had 3 years and 9 months on when his incident took place. So when we started our journey with this bill, we actually started back in 2019 is when we started trying to put this together. Our conversation started way before that to get me motivated to actually start putting this bill together. That's, kind of looking at the time frame. So when we were putting this together and I'm looking at what his pension was, what they came out with this pension. The way the pension works, it's the average for disability. It's the average of your 5 highest years. So we'll take Dan's example right now. He had 3 years and 9 months on when his incident took place. So to start off with, your first years are generally your lowest years. So Dan actually, he tried coming back to work. He did. He came back for 7 years, put 7 more years in. During those 7 years, like I said, he had like 19 from the beginning of his incident to when he finished work, and he had about 19 major surgeries. During those surgeries, he's out of work. So when he's out of work, it's workers' comp. The way workers' comp works, if you get hurt, injured, and you're going to be out of work, it starts off as sick time. So you usually have about 3 days of sick time. It gives the administration some time to get your paperwork together to convert the sick time to workers' comp time, and then that sick time eventually converts to workers' comp time. So one of Dan's goals was he wanted to make 10 years. So psychologically, however you want to look at it, he had a goal to make 10 years. So he thought he had over 10 years. And I think it was 10 years and 7 months, 10 years and 9 months. He went up to retirement, and that's what he thought his number was. When they ran his number, they told him he had just over 9 years. So he told him, you need to go back and recalculate that because that's not what it is. So they told him that the time that you're out on workers' comp is not considered credible service time. So now, think about that for a minute. The night he gets shot, that's a work day. He's clearly working, so it's going to count as a work day. He's fighting for his life that night. Next day, he's still fighting for his life. The doctors don't know how he lived. The amount of blood that he lost, it was incredible that his organs didn't shut down. So the next day, he's clearly still fighting for his life. That's a sick day. That sick day turned into a workers' comp day, which then turns into a non-credible service day. So he's being told that those days that he's fighting for his life are not considered credible service time. So psychologically, how do you take that? These are all things that fall into play with this type of incident and injuries and disability that these two officers are dealing with, and anyone else that falls behind them. So when they start calculating his time, even though he had, like I said, over 10 years in the system, when they started calculating his time, they could only come up with 4.5 years of actual time because of the amount of time that he missed on his surgeries. So they had to make up a half a year. I don't know how you factor that half a year to get your number to do your multiplier, but I know 3.5 of those years were his lowest, historically would be his lowest time. Now you add in the rest to make up your 5 years, what's the pension going to be? And now, at that time, he wasn't married, he was young. He's still obviously younger than me, he's still young. But he's looking at a future where, clearly he has a lot of medical stuff. If you look at him, he might look like there's nothing wrong with him. Internally, there's a lot wrong with him. Just over a year ago, he had a surgery where he had a blockage in his intestines. He'll tell you the stuff, but he had a blockage in his intestines. If you don't have an issue with your intestines, normally the doctor's going to go in there and they're going to do some surgery. They're going to unblock it. There was a very high risk of him going septic. Obviously, you don't want to have that. You'll die from that. In his situation, because of the scar tissue and with the amount of intestines that he had lost, any surgery that he has on his intestines, there's a risk that they won't have enough to reattach it, and now he'll have a colostomy bag. Eventually, at some point, that's probably going to happen with him, but they want to try to push that off as far as they can. So again, these are just some of the things that they're dealing with. So when they factor out his, obviously his pension, he's got this 5-year pension, and again, it's historically it's the lowest time. I had said to Dan when we were going through this stuff, can you imagine if someone had less time on than you? I mean, your situation's bad enough, but I can't imagine someone had less time on than you. And then Paul Lewis comes along, 8 months on the job. 8 months on the job when his incident happened. How do you factor 5-year average when you only worked 8 months, not 8 years, 8 months on the job? 8 months. How do you come up with a pension that he's going to be able to survive on, basically for the rest of his life? So that's why this pension was put together. As far as like the gainful occupation, so at one point that gainful occupation wasn't in play with this. It happened in 2012. I understand probably a reason for it. You could have someone slip and fall. These incidents are not a slip and fall. They didn't ask for it. They had no involvement in all of the injuries that they had. Potentially someone with a slip and fall. I mean, are they hurt? Could someone claim that they had an injury and now they're going out working another job and they're double dipping? So that was I'm assuming put in play because they want to avoid that potentially from happening. This here is not something they asked for. If they had their way right now, they'd be back out in the street working as a police officer. And you look at our society right now, it's very hard to find police officers. It's very hard to find them. They actually want to go out and work. Dan actually tried going back a little over a year ago. He actually passed a PT test, which was pretty heroic of him doing that. He paid for it though, because he couldn't walk for 2 weeks. But it's just impossible for them to do that. They had careers taken away from them. Their lives were put on hold. Financially, like I said, they have these ever-developing injuries. Some of the stuff that they'll put claims in for, like I said, Dan had that, he had a titanium rod put in his left leg. one of the surgeries he had, the bone was growing too much over the titanium rod. They had to remove it because it was causing stress between his knee and his ankle. They had to use a violent tool to pull that out. He also his iliac artery was ruptured. They had to remove that, so he doesn't have an iliac artery in his left leg. That's used for blood circulation. So he has a rod taken out, covered under workers' comp. I think it was about a week later, he had to go back in for a procedure to check to make sure of the circulation, because high risk for blood clotting because he doesn't have that artery. That surgery wasn't covered initially because they said it wasn't related to the initial incident. How's it not related to the initial incident when he doesn't have the artery? Now he has to go fight that. And this is a constant thing that was happening with him. So that's just an example, but the reason why this bill is important, again, is because of these things that they're dealing with. The injuries are not the same. The gainful occupation, it's not so much that they want to be able to go out and work a 40-hour-a-week job. They want to feel like a whole person. Their life was taken away from them. They want to feel like they have psychologically that they have a purpose. They have families, and they want to be able to say that they can be productive, or they're not being held back. They're getting their life back. Now, whether they can actually work a 40-hour-a-week job or not, that's irrelevant. The fact that someone's not telling them that they can't do that. So that it's a psychological part. It's not because they want to go out and say, I want to get rid of the gainful occupation because I want to be able to go work another job so I can make a lot of money. That's not really the reason for it. In this case, it's a psychological reason why they want to have it. And again, it's not, the injuries aren't anything that they had any part in. Someone else did this to them. It should not apply to them. So, like I said, I handed out my prepared statement. I could go back through the thing. I skipped over some stuff. You're more than welcome to read it. I'll take questions if you want it, but I just ask for your support in this bill.
Thank you. Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've had the honor to meet Officer Doherty and was well aware of his literally miraculous survival and attempts to return to work. So thank you for the update on how he's faring now. I'm curious, with the look back in this bill to 2018, would both of these officers be included in that?
That was the reason for that. And as far as, I don't know, the number of people that would be qualified under this, they're the only two that we're aware of.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, thank you.
Okay. I suppose we should hear from Don Doherty, please.
I apologize. I only made 10 copies. I don't know why I did that.
We'll share.
I apologize.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you folks. I had a script that I'm certainly going to deviate from. So back in 2012, as a Manchester police officer, I was shot 6 times assisting other officers who observed a violent career criminal involved in an altercation remove himself from a vehicle with what appeared to be a gun under his shirt and his waistband. I was on a swap that day. I wasn't supposed to be working. I was actually going on vacation, trying to work some days off, and I certainly wasn't supposed to be on the west side of Manchester. I was close by to the Grant Street Bridge. I jumped over and I helped locate the individual. Upon doing that, he fled on foot, threw one firearm, and a foot pursuit ensued. Eventually, I was able to catch up to him, and once I closed the gap, he removed the second firearm from his waistband and shot 15 rounds at me, 6 of which struck me in my leg, groin, face, hand, in abdomen. And luckily, I was behind the greatest hospital in the world, at least in my opinion, because they saved my life, the Catholic Medical Center. And I am here today because of the folks there. I went through 18 units of blood. The body holds approximately 9. And somehow, some way, I survived. And the details can go on forever about the story, but I'm not necessarily here to bore you with those details. I'm here to explain to you the cause in which I firmly believe in. In 2019, I'm sorry, at the end of 2018, after 19 surgeries, I had to retire. I didn't want to, but I kept having surgery after surgery after surgery after surgery to help continue being a police officer, to make sure that I'm physically able to. And it came to a point where I was no longer able to do that. And it was very hard, but I had to, and I retired. And it was at that point where I took Ken Chamberlain off to the side and I said, we need to fix the retirement system for people in my position. We need to create a benefit that's focused more towards a violent attack rather than an accident. And I can assure you that there was nothing accidental about the person who tried to kill me. And when I was laying in my hospital bed, I was very fortunate at the time that I wasn't married. I didn't have children, but I can only imagine how much more of a burden that recovery would be had I been married, had children. Because laying in that bed wondering how I'm gonna, if I wasn't able to return to work, how was I gonna be able to provide? How was I gonna have health insurance? What was I gonna do? And this bill here specifically touches upon, I think, what is 3 of the most important, fault is a bad word, but things that should be changed for people in my position. And that's your yearly benefit, the healthcare, and the gainful occupation. So the $75,000 a year that would increase, for me specifically, my benefit each year is $46,000. So if this piece of legislation were to go through, it would go from $46,000 to $75,000. And with that being said, is someone I know recently, he hurt his back on the job and he went out on accidental disability, the same accidental disability that I receive. His pension is nearly triple mine. And that is another reason why I feel that basing it off of a high 5-year average, where most young cops don't have that, because most young cops are the ones out in the street responding to the most dangerous of situations, because as you go on in your career, you're usually off the street. And then the healthcare subsidy, I felt that was important, and in fact, originally that wasn't even a thought of mine to even include this, but some senators suggested that we do that, and here it is, it's in there, and I thank them for that. And then the gainful occupation, that doesn't cost the state a dime. You know, I'm capped as to how much money I can make a year. I would like to wake up every morning, get in a routine, go to a job, go to a Christmas party, socialize, earn benefits, and I feel that the gainful occupation really limits that. And every year that cap changes based on the consumer sound index, if I'm saying that correctly. And, you know, I sell boats, I broker boats, and I say that because last year I didn't make a dime doing it because the economy's so bad and interest rates, that had it been a great year and I met my cap this year, or I went over my cap this year, I'd be penalized, where we're probably going to have another bad year. So the gainful occupation, I understand its purpose, but in this situation, we feel necessary to remove it, just to be a productive member of society, because I would like to work a full-time job. You know, at the end of the day, with the restrictions, with legislation regarding the New Hampshire retirement system, I almost feel like I'm being punished for surviving. There's a whole slew of benefits that are in place through legislation for the family of the fallen officers or firemen for Group 2. And that restriction, I unfortunately feel like it's a punishment. And just because I had just under 4 years on the job, had I been on longer, I would have received a higher monetary benefit. And at 45 years old, this restriction goes away. I'm not sure what the difference between 25 years old that I was when the shooting happened and 45 years old. That cap, to me, just doesn't make sense. If there's a cap, there's a cap. If there's not, there's not. I don't necessarily understand the 45 years old. You know, the 6 years that I returned as a police officer, it was interrupted by a surgery. I'd be out for 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, at times 8 months. So I was never able to get a full, complete year after the shooting. Therefore, my pension benefit is limited. And to be told at a meeting with the New Hampshire retirement system, when I went there knowing I had 10 and a half years of service, they told me I had eight years, like 8.2 years. And I politely asked, what about the other 2.5 years? And they said, well, you didn't get credit for all the time. Well, they said more than likely you weren't getting credit for all the times that you were out injured, the initial year and then all the follow-up surgeries. And I found that to be pretty upsetting, considering that the hardest I've ever worked was following the shooting and recovering. I was fighting for my life, but not getting credit. All the battles with workers' comp, that in itself was a post-traumatic stress diagnosis, dealing with that. I had bills that were in collection agencies. I was in monetary distress because of some of these bills that weren't being covered, specifically soft tissue that has to do with your organs. My legs, my bones, no question. But when it came to organs, sorry, that's not covered. So that in itself was just a battle, and that's a whole different slew of legislation that needs to be fixed. But I don't know if I can take that on as well. But I want to thank you for your time and listening to me. Any questions that you might have, feel free.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. I'm very glad you survived that ordeal as well as you did.
Thank you.
And we will have to look into why timeout on workers' comp, it doesn't apply to your pension, because that seems like a systemic problem, not just with people who are permanently disabled, but people who are out for a shorter period of time. But anyway, are there any questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Paul Lewis?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Paul Lewis. I'm one of the two officers that we know will be directly benefiting from the bill. And I would like to say it's never easy sharing the story. So I do my best, but it can be difficult.
We'll take your word for it.
Okay.
We're already an hour late, so we'll any brevity is appreciated.
All right, I'll stick to the point. A subtle backstory. So I had a dream of doing as much good as I could in this world. I got a master's degree in social work with the motivation to then become a police officer. I wanted to understand why people commit the crimes and get ahead of the issues and be the best police officer I could. I had a lot of dreams in the career. 8 months out of the police academy, I was called to a domestic where a husband was holding his wife hostage with multiple firearms. She was able to sneak away for a couple seconds, text her parents who called us, and we went there. When we got to the house, he was in fact holding her hostage with multiple firearms. We put ourselves, my sergeant and I, in Ware, New Hampshire. It's a only 12 officer department. It was just us on. We put ourselves in between the husband and the wife. When we did that, he shot 6 times at us, and 2 hit me in my dominant arm. We were able to save her, but my life was then on the line. An artery was severed, and I was bleeding out quickly. Luckily, we had a tourniquet that was put on me, and I got rushed to the hospital, and my life was saved. When I woke up, I was told by the surgeon that I had permanent nerve damage, and I would likely never be able to use my dominant hand again. I spent the next 3 years undergoing 5 surgeries, trying to learn how to live life left-handed. I only had one hand, and I lost my full independence. I needed help eating, shaving, showering, everything. I still can't really write to this day. So I moved to New Hampshire to become a police officer. I was such an independent person, and now I rely on so many people for everything. I had a dream to return, but it was determined it was too unsafe for me to do so. The hardest part of it all was after I retired, October 2021, I was told what my benefits would be. At the time, I was making $21.50 an hour. I found out my benefit is 66% of that. So my total pension is $29,000 per year. On top of that, I have to pay my own health insurance. And in fact, I went in front of the town of Ware right after I retired, and I asked for aid and health insurance. They said they'll pay half of it for a year, and then I'm on my own. I returned a year later, and I said, I can't afford this. Can you please help me, at least until we figure out the end result of this bill? They said, no, you're too expensive. So a large portion of my benefit is taken from the health insurance, and I'm single, I'm unmarried, I can't rely on anybody else to help me with this health insurance. And then for the difficulty, I'm capped on my earnings. We're only allowed to fill in that last 33% of the 66 we make. So I'm only allowed $20,000 per year. I don't know what I'm capable of yet. I can't write. I could barely button these shirts today. But I would like to eventually find out what I am capable of with the limitations on this cap. What can I do making $20,000 per year? It's almost like count myself out, because there's any job would make more than that. And when I start to, then they'll start taking my pension. Any motivation is just completely lost by that number. I'm having difficulties surviving based on that 29,000. I get support from my family. I found a roommate to help me pay bills, but I wasn't working in a big city. I was pretty much on my own since the incident happened. And it seems like every time I ask for help, I'm just told I'm too expensive and I'm thrown away. I don't even hear from the town anymore. And fortunately, I found the people behind me to help me fight through my battles. Dan and I, the only 2 officers in New Hampshire that have survived a shooting and medically retired, we've been there for each other. And he's been my #1 support. And if there were any others, I'm sure that we would have found them. We're a small community here, but it's just been us 2. And I really, just beyond anything else, am hopeful that you all will consider helping us. It's a very small number of people that will be helped, and we desperately need it. We've had a lot of setbacks, both of us. Every time we get our foot in the door, we have a setback and we need an additional surgery, and it's just been nonstop. So I'm hopeful that you give us the opportunity to strive.
Well, thank you for your testimony, and again, congratulations on surviving your ordeal as well as you have.
Thank you so
for
much.
election. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Carl Farrington?
I'm sorry, I forgot to give my written testimony. Can I?
We'll pass it along. Thank you.
You turn it off.
Red is on. I'm Carl Farrington with currently still with the Lawrence Police Department down in Massachusetts. Derry, New Hampshire resident, for about 25 years now. I was born and raised in Lawrence, followed a career in law enforcement from my family, grandfather, great uncle. My great grandfather was a fireman and also served as the the fire chief. I started my career up in Raymond, New Hampshire, back in the late 90s, just after the Claremont shooting of troopers and officers up there. Still wanted to get in the job. Also, the Epsom officer, just after that, I still wanted to get into the job. I started up in New Hampshire. I worked there a few years and decided to go back to my hometown down in Lawrence. And worked hard. I can't tell you how many times I was injured, how many times I was violently attacked, stuck with needles, hit with bats, hit with pipes, hit with fists, hit with rocks, hit with cars, over and over again over the years. Did I take much time out? No. I was a hard worker. You know, officers have that personality where you just want to go help people. And that's who I was. I started up here wanting to help what I could. OUIs or DWIs, I think you call them up here, and just trying to get people off the road, you know, help save lives. And I couldn't tell you how many lives I saved.
Not to cut you short, but could you give us some information on why you're in favor of the bill?
In 2020, we're tracking a crew of armed robbers just going around the city, random attack people. We have cameras throughout the city. I was trying to track it down on the cameras, trying to see vehicles, whatever we could find out. So even if you weren't involved, they didn't hit your sector of town. All the officers were involved. Then I responded to they call it B&E, break-in and entry, which later was found out it was attempted home invasion. 3 men ran into the apartment with guns blazing. Fortunately, there was nobody home. Another officer arrived and his partner, Bricky, just out of the academy. First day, they arrived moments before me. They're confronting 3 suspects getting into a car. I pull in the parking lot. I see something going on. I stop at the gate. As I'm getting out of the cruiser, that vehicle flees from those officers. And as it flees, it does a little button hook around my cruiser to head for the gate, which the cruiser was in front of. And obviously me at that point, I had just exited the cruiser. I got slammed up against the cruiser by his vehicle as he attempted to flee the crimes they were committing. My left ankle was probably 75, 80% ripped off. I got pushed through the vehicle and thrown, they estimated like 15 feet. It's all caught on video. And then the suspect ran me over. My knees totally out of line. Like I said, the ankle, I've had numerous surgeries over and over again. Attempt to save it, hopefully I'll have movement. You know, I can't feel a majority of my foot. I can't move it. But on the inside, I feel it constantly. Constant headache, constant pain. I'm still in need of 2 total knee replacements. I haven't done that yet because of financial difficulties. Right away, you know, I'm out injured. I'm just trying to walk again. Didn't walk for a year and a half. A lot of the guys didn't touch on the family impact, and I'll just say that. My family was devastated. I'm the lone worker within that household. You know, my wife wanted to be a good mother and be home with the kids, and I had the opportunity to work overtime and help raise a family, and that's what we were doing. So then we're all of a sudden thrown into me making, you know, minimum amount of money and trying to raise a family. Sure, our friends held fundraisers for us. It helped tremendously, but the college fund starts disappearing. All the fundraisers quickly disappear. You know, and then fighting with the insurance companies. You know, I was getting bills for major surgeries. It's like, didn't you guys know this was part of my injury? And it's just this constant battle, and then just trying to buy things to survive with. Learning how to sit on the toilet. You're building up your bathroom with all the, you know, the handicap abilities. I can't tell you how many times I was on the floor crying my butt off in front of my wife and kids. So my kids have been affected because of the injury. Just watching me, a guy that was always a hard charger, wanting to play with the kids. When I was out of work, I was with my family. And then they saw me sitting on a recliner for a year and a half trying to recover. Then when I started walking again, sure, the pain sets in even more. So I'm sure I wasn't too pleasant at that point. And then the aggravation of knowing that I'm not that hard charger I was. I wasn't saving lives. I wasn't trying to, be a good man, be a good father, be a good husband. And the devastation that put on me and my family was crazy. And so right now we're still fighting down in Massachusetts for bills similar to this to pass. And these guys talked about the ability to work. I wanted to take courses. I know I can't go back to the job, but I wanted to take courses. My whole life was dedicated to police work. So I wanted to take a course to learn how to do something. And if I become good at it, then you're going to limit me on what I can make, which it doesn't seem right. It seems like you want to provide as much as you can for your family. I wasn't able to help my girls with vehicles when they were growing up. All of a sudden they had to start working. My wife had to start working. Everything just disappeared, money. And, now it's prom season. My daughter's asking, not a lot, she's just looking for flowers. I can't even get her flowers at this point. It's quite the burden. I'm here to support it. I intend to talk. I'm sorry if I'm rambling. I hope you guys just think about the impact that it has on both family and friends. I have guys at work that PTSD just watched me on the ground. I got knocked out. I had brain damage. So they thought I was dead. They see my legs flailed apart, my ankle ripped off. Poor kid, first night on the job. That could have been him. Where would he be right now? And, his ability to earn money, and how much would he be making on retirement? But you get a guy like me who'd been on for 25 years, and I'm still fighting every day. And just the block that I walked to get here today, the pain is intense. The mind starts going numb. The vision gets blurry because of the pain. Do I take medications the rest of my life and just be a burden to that? I don't want to be. I want to be a productive member of society, and I hope you guys pass this bill. Any questions?
Representative Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question, although at the risk of Madam Chair's ire, I just want to make a comment. Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm very aware, this committee is very aware of the effects of PTSD on those in your situation. So regardless of what this committee does with this bill, you're all very valued, and we appreciate your service. And we wish that this system wasn't so broken for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Oliveira.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Mario Oliveira. I'm a retired police detective from the city of Somerville, Massachusetts. I was shot in the line of duty on November 2nd, 2010. I was shot 6 times, died 3 times in the hospital that evening, and by the grace of God, was brought back. I was married at the time with a 3-year-old boy, and later learned when I got home from the hospital that my wife was pregnant. I ended up having another child 9 months later. So I was left with sitting at home making 72% of my pay, a little bit more than half, to try to sustain a life for a young family. I'd like to educate you a little bit on what an officer would get if they died in the line of duty. In this case, we're in New Hampshire. Officer Doherty and Officer Lewis. Had they died the evening that they were shot, their spouses would have received a one-time federal payment of $437,503, tax-free from the federal government. The state of New Hampshire gives a $100,000 tax-free payout. It's different in Mass. It's $300,000 in Mass. Their spouses or the beneficiary would receive 100% of their base salary at the rank that they held at the time of their death. Okay? Their children, if they had children, would receive in-state college tuition for free. 4 years. However, because they were brave enough to survive, they both received 66 2/3%, half of their pay. So what's the message that this state is sending to your officers? You're worth more dead than you are alive. I know it's not any of your fault. Like, man, what you said, it's a broken system, but you have an opportunity to fix it. Okay? It's horrific. It's sad that an officer has to be punished, financially speaking, for surviving an ordeal. It shouldn't be like this. This is America, the greatest country on earth. We are better than this. We need to fix it.
Thank you, thank you. And
It's
again,
my hope,
congratulations
thank you.
on
It's
surviving.
my hope that this committee votes favorably on this bill and passes it. Thank you for your time.
Representative Schmidt has a question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Oliveller, I'm asking you the questions because it seems like just possible that you're not in as much pain right at the moment as some of the previous witnesses have been. I was part of this committee when we passed the bill that gave the $100,000 death benefit to police officers and firefighters. Okay. But I'm astonished that to hear that the insurance coverage is as minimal as it is in terms of even covering the bills that you all have had. I'm wondering whether I ask you just as a technical question, have any of you been counseled, and maybe you know because you seem to be quite knowledgeable, have any of you been counseled to sue the state or the department involved for the damage that was inflicted on you, obviously against your will, with no intent on your part, by somebody who was in the act of committing a crime, for which they probably have been sentenced to a long time in prison. So can you tell me whether you've ever been advised to sue the state or the department because great harm has been done to you and your colleagues that have spoken before you?
Certainly. I'll try to answer your question, sir.
Thank you.
So the laws are obviously different in Mass than they are in New Hampshire. In Massachusetts, we have individual retirement systems. And in the city of Somerville, we had our own separate retirement system. The retirement system pays my base salary, 100% of my base salary. I pay my insurance through, it's deducted through the 100% income that I make on a monthly basis. As far as filing lawsuit against the subject who shot me, he's dead. I can't sue anybody. So every situation is different. Could we potentially? Possibly, but it draws out the process. These folks are traumatized enough as it is going through what they've gone through, as have I. What we want is to remedy, have an equitable, fair process that we could retire with dignity and move on with our lives. And to echo what my brothers in blue have said earlier, we just want to be productive members of society and be treated fairly and be able to earn and take care of our families. What do we do to deserve this other than put on our uniforms and our badge and have the courage to go out on the street and take care of criminals and make lives easier for you fine folks and your families that you love dearly? That's what we're guilty of, doing our jobs. And I'll tell you, I'll close with this. Police officers are the guardians of our communities. Without them, we have chaos and anarchy. We owe it to them to take care of them when they need us. Just like you deserve to be taken care of by us when you need us. So again, I ask for your support and hopefully pass this bill. Thank you so
very
much for your
much.
time. Any questions? Thank you.
No. Anyone else wish to testify on Senate Bill 134? Mr. Doherty?
Really quickly. To answer your question specifically, I did approach the city of Manchester regarding your question, and I was told that we can't set precedent. and that was the end of that. And as far as any type of lawsuit, it just wasn't considered. We were more insulted by the response than anything, and we just let it go. But with respect to this most recent amendment, prior to, I'm very well invested in law enforcement and in the fire world in the state of New Hampshire. And any major incident where someone got seriously injured that would qualify for accidental disability, I assure you I would know about it. And I do know of incidents. However, Paul Lewis and I are the only two current accidental disability benefit recipients currently that would qualify for what's in front of you. Now, since the amendment, I'm not exactly sure what that has changed, but prior to this amendment, Paul Lewis and I are the only two that currently receive this. So as far as the financial impact, in my opinion, it's grossly overestimated, considering that in our estimates, that it would be about $200,000 a year, approximately. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing on Senate Bill 134 and open the hearing on Senate Bill 600, and I'm a sponsor on all the rest, so good luck.
Give me just 1 second, Sarah.
Sure. I understand that. Change gears.
Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you and good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I appreciate you having me here today. My name is Shannon Chandley, and I serve the people of Senate District 11. I come before you today to introduce Senate Bill 600. Senate Bill 600 is a result of information I learned from a constituent, and that is that pharmacy technicians are not members of the board that certifies them, and that they are in fact prohibited from being on the board of pharmacy. That is because the board can consist only of pharmacists in its current form, only pharmacists and members of the public. But the member of the public cannot, in fact, be a pharmacy technician or the spouse of one. So what happens then is that pharmacy technicians cannot serve on the board, which is in fact responsible for their certification. When I learned this, it seemed like it would be reasonable to add them, and I reached out to a number of stakeholders, and there was great concurrence that this probably should happen, that I don't believe that we have other boards where a person is subject to the rule of the board, but is not allowed to be a member, that no one in that profession is allowed to be a member. So the bill does that. It adds the pharmacy technician to the board, and there are some rules around how that is done. The bill also, what the bill also does is change the number of folks on the pharmacy board. Actually, it clears up some discrepancy, because currently there's actually a little bit of discrepancy. People were testifying at the Senate hearing that there were X number of people on the board, and others said why. So what it does is clarifies this, and this is in conjunction with a number of folks who agreed that this was the right number, that it would be 7 members, including 5 practicing pharmacists, at least one of whom is a full-time hospital pharmacist, 1 pharmacy technician, and 1 public member. So Now, you will also notice that the title of the bill says relative to Board of Pharmacy and Certified Public Accountant examinations. And that was a second, my colleague, Senator Fenton, brought that amendment to the, there was actually a second hearing for a non-germane amendment. So what he had introduced the amendment at the request of the New Hampshire Board of Accountancy, and it is in relation to the administration of exams by the National State Boards of Accountancy. The New Hampshire Board of Accountancy is adopting a 30-month limit in its rules, but there is an 18-month limit in statute. So what it does is it requires that folks taking this exam have to pass all parts of the exam within the time that would be the specific time frame requirement would be taken from statute and adopted through rules of the board. That is the second part of this bill. I hope that you will look favorably upon both parts of the bill. And I want to express that one of my constituents did come to the Senate hearing. She was not able to come to this hearing. She is, in fact, working. But she spoke really passionately about how important the role of pharmacy technician is. And she talked about how patient care is at the core of their profession, and pharmacy technicians interview patients for medication reconciliation. They administer intravenous solutions, they run fusion centers, and they serve on hospital committees. She's passionate about her work. She is a professional, and she really wants to make sure that the entire profession is recognized as such and accorded a place on the board. So thank you for your time and your consideration, and I hope that you will find in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for testimony, Senator. Any questions? Yes, Representative Lekas.
Thank you. It's technical question, and if you want to defer to Director Courtney, who just arrived, that's fine. And that's page 1, lines 19 to 21. It says the pharmacy technician member of the board shall have been certified, and it goes on. It is my understanding that relatively recently there was the addition, in addition to pharmacy technicians being able to be certified, there's also a license. And my question is, would this language include pharmacy technicians that are licensed as well as ones that are certified as possible members on the board?
Yes, it would include, and I can, and certainly if I'm misspeaking, Director Courtney can correct me, but I believe that it does include them. One of the issues is we do not have a number of those folks practicing here because, as you know, that is a new standard. So I thought you were going to ask me about the 10-year requirement, because we did bat that idea around. We wondered if, in fact, maybe pharmacy technicians, we would say 5 years, practicing for at least 5 years. But the standard is in line with the pharmacist practice for 10 years. We do have a number of highly qualified pharmacy technicians who've been practicing in the state for 10 years, so we chose that. We do not have a number of folks who are the advanced practice folks.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So if you have somebody, let's say they presumably they're certified and then they become licensed, then even though they're licensed, if they're certified as well and they've been doing it for 10 years, 5 years in New Hampshire, then presumably they'd be eligible. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your
Thank you
testimony.
very much.
Representative Merchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also wanted to recognize the senator for bringing this bill forward to the Senate, hopefully onto the House. I fully support the bill, not per se as written, but the intent of the bill. If I could also, before I get into my discussion or testimony before this committee, I did introduce who I am. Gary Merchant, for the record, representative from Sullivan County District 6, which is Claremont and Croydon. Also, I am a past board member of the Board of Pharmacy for 10 years, serving also as the president of the board. In regards to the question if a licensed advanced pharmacy technician could become, quote, a member of the board, as it stands today, it may be a problem because in order to become a licensed technician, you only need to have 2,000 hours as a certified tech, which is not 10 years. So that could be problematic, where all of a sudden we have somebody who actually has a higher standard of practice, but is not eligible for the board based upon the way the law is written currently before you, because they would not have a full 10 years. I would also think about when you're looking at a pool of candidates, many technicians who are highly qualified and haven't practiced in the field for many years, they're essential to the practice of pharmacy. They are critical to allowing us to do the work we have to do. However, the turnover rate is extremely high. So therefore, 10 years could be onerous to have somebody in the field for 10 years when it's more of a job versus a career. I would say if you're looking at changing something, maybe 5 years is more amenable. I would also say 2 years in the state of New Hampshire. At that point in time, if you want to look at licensed technicians, hopefully by the time this gets through, we'll have a pool of candidates we can draw upon who are licensed as well. I would ask the board to consider the effective date of this bill to move it out. And the rationale to that is currently on the board, there is a natural evolution. You cannot serve for more than 2 consecutive 5-year terms. There is a individual on the board today who's going to come to the end of their second 5-year term next September. There's an individual on the board today who's in the first 5-year term. If this was effective in August or September, they would not qualify for being on the board for the second opportunity. If we extend the effective date until January 1st, 2025, then it would be effective in September when the natural cycle, somebody coming off the board. So we would not, as a legislative body, inadvertently take someone off the board that may not want to come off the board. So I would say, could we somehow make the effective date at least the beginning of the year, January 1st, 2025. In regards to the pharmacy technicians, again, there is a licensed pharmacy technician. It is just started. We have our first individual who actually is first in the nation. I'm kind of proud about that, being from New Hampshire myself. New Hampshire leading the way. But we have a lot of interest in the field, in the profession, to have more licensed technicians. And the rationale to why we have a licensed technician versus a certified technician. As a licensed pharmacist, if I have a certified technician doing task and something happens inadvertently, it never falls to the technician. It's always on my license. So therefore, to break it apart, to reduce the liability exposure of the pharmacist, we created a licensed technician like you do an LPN under the RN, so that they have their own distinct license and their own liability. And also with that, the training it goes to acquire it. So I would encourage this board or this committee to think about making a modification so that we can have licensed technicians on the board like we do licensed pharmacists. I'd be willing to sit down with someone on the committee and write an amendment to try to weed that through here and try to, at that point in time, bring something back to the committee or back to somebody on this committee and introduce an amendment to one of the members on the committee.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes, Representative Blakis.
It's related to the last question I asked, and that is, for someone to be a licensed pharmacy technician, do they also have to be certified?
Yes, they have to be certified and practicing for a minimum of 2,000 hours, which is basically a year.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Then wouldn't the language here that says to be a member of the board, they have to be certified, wouldn't that language be okay and apply both to certified and licensed pharmacy technicians? If to be licensed, they have to be certified.
The way it's written now, it requires 10 years. To be a licensed technician only requires 1 year.
Follow up?
Follow up.
No, I'm not talking about the length of time, but if I understand correctly, and if for a pharmacy technician to be licensed, they also have to be certified. You know, they're both. Then I would think both the number of years and the presence on the board would be permitted for licensed or certified ones, given this language, and it would not need to be changed other than the number of years. Am I incorrect, or?
In order, the way I read it now, in order to be a candidate, you have to have 10 years as a certified tech. To be a licensed technician, you only need 1 year. So therefore, if you become licensed as a technician after 1 year, you don't have a full 10 years as a certified tech.
Just for clarification, maybe I think I may be wrong on this, but you don't have to go for licensure. Is that correct? Do you have to go for licensure?
do
You can
not.
stay certified.
Yes.
So the point that you're making is that you could be 10 years certified and be on the board and have a lower credential than a licensed individual because they can get it after 1 year. But you could just be certified after 10 and be on the board. And so you'd have a lower credentialed person on the board.
To the chair, if I could ask a question of Director Courtney when she comes up, I might be able to clarify this. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Representative, with all due respect, it seems to me that nobody knows better than a pharmacist himself or herself what the value and the importance of the pharmacy techs is. All you have to do is remember It's a Wonderful Life, the great story of the worker who discovers the mistake the pharmacist has made. But anyway, the bottom line is, why do you need an extra person on the board? The pharmacists don't take care of the pharmacy techs?
We do, but if I may, Mr. Chairman, we do. I would say the real value of the board, or any board, is a very diverse body, because everyone brings a different set of lens to the discussion. So when we're talking about things now with a licensed technician, when certified, they don't come before the board for disciplinary actions. A licensed technician will come before the board. So having a licensed technician on that board who walks in those shoes, helping that discussion with the board, I think is going to be incredibly important. And that's why I'm really advocating more for the licensed technician versus a certified technician, because the roles they play are fundamentally different. So back to your question is, I think it's really important for any board to be as diverse as possible, so that when something becomes before the board, there's somebody on the board who can bring that background, that experience, that robustness to that discussion.
Okay.
Good. Representative Gould?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And I don't know if this needs to go to subcommittee. I don't want to waste a lot of time on this, but my question has to do with the difference between certified and licensed, kind of following up on that grade or credentialed comment that was made earlier. Can you say that briefly, or do we need more time?
No, it's basically there are 3 levels of technicians in the pharmacy world. There's somebody who's registered as a technician, and that's there so you can track what's going on, particularly with diversion of controlled drugs. There's a certified tech who goes through a certification process. And there's also a licensed technician. The licensed technician is the highest level, and they have a discrete license of their own, unlike everyone else. And as a license holder, they are therefore accountable to the New Hampshire Board of Pharmacy. Certified technicians, per se, have some accountability, but the certification is not held by the state of New Hampshire, it's held by a national organization. So we cannot pull their certification. Okay? A license, on the other hand, issued by the state can pull that license, but we cannot pull the certification.
Follow up.
And so is there a longer training period or more education? Like, what gives the licensed technician the higher credential than, besides the fact the state has some control over it?
Good question. They have to work as a certified tech for at least 2,000 hours. They have to pass the law, basically the same law exam the pharmacist has to pass. They have to go through educational training above and beyond that. So there's a lot of requirements that were put into place in order to ensure that once they get the license, they can do it safely and effectively.
Yes, Representative Lucas.
Given how much we're behind, if this is going to go to subcommittee, if Madam Not Chair at the moment can let us know, I will defer any of my further questions to try and straighten out my understanding until then.
Okay.
Sounds like there's enough questions that should go to subcommittee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate it. Yeah, that should be it.
Thank you.
Unless you want to join the subcommittee.
So-
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will try to make myself available to the subcommittee to try to answer some of his questions. The other one also could probably help out is Representative Rochford, who also serves on this pharmacy board. We're trying to be sure whatever we do correctly, long term.
Great. Thank you very much. Does anybody else wish to testify on SB 600? Director Courtney.
Question of the chair. Is there somebody here with a pink card with regard to the the accountancy board
No, there's not.
issue?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, Lindsay Courtney, Executive Director, OPLC. I'll be very brief. I know this is likely to go to subcommittee. The office is not taking a position on the bill, but I do think it's important that the Board of Pharmacy essentially be reconstituted in statute because there were essentially 3 changes to the pharmacy board composition last session, and there's a dispute currently internally with both the Department of Justice and the Secretary of State as to how many people are on the Board of Pharmacy. So I think in order to clarify that, there needs to be a statutory change confirming that it's either 5 or confirming that it's 7, which is currently OPLC's position and the Department of Justice's position, so that we know precisely who has to be on the board. I think Representative Lakis, there might be some confusion. So to be a licensed advanced pharmacy technician, you do have to have your certification for 1 year, but you don't need to maintain it. So you don't need to maintain it concurrently. So I think that hopefully maybe that clears up a little bit. There are 3 types of certification or 3 types of licenses under the Board of Pharmacy as it relates to pharmacy technicians. One is called a registered pharmacist or pharmacy technician. It's a registry because there are no requirements other than you be a certain age and we put you on the registry. Under the Administrative Procedures Act, it's still considered a license. So you still need due process if we're going to discipline you. The same is true with respect to certification. Certification requires a national certification. We call it a certification in New Hampshire, but it's still considered a license that can be subject to revocation after notice and opportunity to be heard. And then there's the licensed advanced pharmacy technician. So as the bill is currently drafted, in order to be eligible, you would have to be in the middle tier, certified pharmacy technician. You could theoretically be an advanced pharmacy technician if you otherwise satisfy that requirement that you have served as a certified pharmacy technician for 10 years. I'm happy to make myself available at subcommittee and work with anybody to get this done. I think we just need a bill on the other piece to clarify who's on the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would wish to testify on SB 600? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on SB 600. Been using my pen all day instead of the gavel. Thank you, ma'am. And I will move right into opening the public hearing on SB 480. Is there anybody here to introduce that bill? Representative McGuire is here to introduce the bill.
Yes, thank you. I'm Carol McGuire, representing Merrimack District 27. That is Allenstown, Dunbarton, Epsom, and Hooksett. I am not a sponsor of House Bill 480. I'm introducing it as a favor to Senator Carson, who has had a different bill to introduce elsewhere today. And I don't know anything about it that you don't know from reading the bill, so I will not take any questions.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call Bob Quinn and Joni McIntyre. Who can hopefully give us a little bit more information.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Quinn. I'm the CEO of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors.
And I'm Joni McIntyre. I'm the president of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors.
So I'm going to give a quick synopsis of the first section of the bill, and then Joni will talk about the remainder. So Section 1 has to do with, it doesn't specifically pertain to the Real Estate Commission, but rather any board or commission who has active licensees that exceed 7,000 would have their own dedicated customer service administrator. So the real estate, I think there are about 10,000 real estate licensees in the state. The Real Estate Commission, up until a couple of years ago, had its own executive director. So it was somebody who all licensees sort of knew who they were, could call, email, have a communications back and forth if they had any questions. A few years ago, I think that executive director position morphed a little bit, and they started to oversee some other smaller boards as well. But what this bill would do would basically require the OPLC to have a specific individual, not an executive director, but someone who can handle customer service. Obviously, there have been, as things have sort of changed a little bit, sometimes in rules and statute, licensees have a number of questions that they're looking for the Real Estate Commission or OPLC to answer. In the past, maybe a year ago, and I can vouch that this was the case, you might call over the OPLC and you would be on hold for 20 minutes or so. That has improved, and we have had a lot of conversations, and Director Courtney has always been available to speak with the association about some of our concerns, and has worked with us to try and resolve some of these issues. So this bill does not appropriate any general revenue funds for these positions, so it would require either a transfer of existing personnel into these positions, or, as we potentially had envisioned, it may require a board or commission to fund, in essence, through fees, since that's where OPLC gets its revenue, most of its revenue from. So in the conversations, and in fact during the Senate discussions as well, we had suggested a potential amendment that I'm happy to distribute here. And we also had run it by the OPLC, and I don't want to speak for them, but I think they were okay with it. Where it basically alters the language a little bit, where it says that the OPLC, with those boards over 7,000, shall consult with the boards and commissions, and then may assign a dedicated customer service administrator, with the idea being that maybe not all boards or commissions would want to see potentially fees increase in order to guarantee that there was a customer service individual specifically assigned to that board or commission. And it also makes it clear that if that's the case, that individual could in fact oversee more than just one board or commission. They might have 2 or 3. So I'm happy to distribute that if there's interest in that. And then I will let Joni finish up the rest of the bill.
So in paragraph 2, the addition of 7A discussing post-licensing. In 2018, legislation SB 461 was sponsored by Senator Carson, and it would alter continuing education in a way that during the initial period of a licensee, that first 2 years, they would take 12 specific courses that would really help them be better realtors. Things about contracts and closings and that type of thing, not fluff classes. The intent was to make sure that they had those basic skills, and the Real Estate Commission promulgated that rule and approved the courses that would be required for that first initial licensing. It went into effect in 2022, and the OPLC late in the year said that they didn't understand the post-licensing, what that meant. It wasn't in the statute. And so this legislation, this change
will define that post-licensing, that 2-year period after before their initial renewal. In section 3, this has to do with inactive status. So when House Bill 2 was passed last year, we believe this was inadvertently deleted of what constitutes inactive status. Real estate is likely unique among professions in allowing for an inactive license status. HB 2 transferred various statute authority to OPLC in RSA 310. However, the statute makes no mention of inactive status. We've discussed this with OPLC, and we would defer to them with any of their new enforcement. The removal of this statute creates a number of problems, which include allowing a licensee to be compensated for activities they are involved in prior to going inactive. And then section 4 has to do with added the commission may approve preparatory, continuing, and instructor education programs of study with a single application. So section 4 allows for the OPLC to approve CEs and other courses. There had been issues where the OPLC did not feel comfortable approving these courses and pass them on to the Real Estate Commission. The Real Estate Commission, in some cases, is too large, and they didn't feel that they had the material to do this, so they were unable to handle that responsibility. It led to no courses being approved for about 6 months. You can see the problem with that. OPLC ultimately issued an order allowing them to review the courses. This section simply puts that authority into statute. The language also allows for the courses and the instructor approvals to occur with a single application, as opposed to having to submit the course and the instructor separately.
Great. Thank you for your testimony. Representative Lekis.
Thank you. So on this last part, if I understood you correctly, which I may not have, I think you said that the commission didn't feel that it could approve the courses, or did I misunderstand that? And if that's true, then what is adding language saying that they may approve it actually going to do?
So this issue occurred, I don't know, we're about a year out now, where there was, OPLC felt that existing statutory language, there was some questions whether or not they could approve courses, or that was a responsibility solely in the hands of the Real Estate Commission. The Real Estate Commissioners have indicated that was way beyond their ability to review. Some of these course applications are 100 pages long, and they felt that they did not have the requisite skills in order to do that. I think this issue largely has been resolved, and the OPLC now has taken on some responsibility in working with the Real Estate Commission in order to approve those courses since this bill was introduced. So you're correct, I think, that when it says may, at least it gives them the opportunity to assist. But I think right now things are kind of working reasonably well in terms of the approval of courses.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So is there language, and I know I'm just looking at part of it here, but is there language that gives the authority to OPLC? Does the OPLC have authority to do it?
I'm going to defer to Director Courtney to answer how they're working that currently.
And then, well, it's actually a question on another part, and that's, you may have said it, and I think I may have missed it, but on the post-licensing, where is that referred to? Doesn't appear to be in statute. Is that in rules, or?
So, no, there is, it's in RSA 331A2, I believe, currently. No, it appears in both rules and statutes. So this was a bill that was introduced by Senator Carson in 2018 that passed, that set up the post-licensing requirement. And I think that the Office of Professional Licensing felt that the definition of post-licensing was not sufficient, in order to continue to enforce. So the intent here is to provide that definition so that that post-licensing requirement can happen. I will mention that we would suggest another amendment to the bill and just change February 1st, 2020 to February 1st, 2024. And the reason for that is if we put in 2020, then people who are currently had initially been approved for a real estate license would now suddenly, potentially with very little notice, have to take different continuing education courses than what they may have been taking over the past 2 years. So we'd like it moving forward. So only someone who becomes a licensee after February of 2024 would be subject to this.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So I searched through all of 331A. I didn't see any reference to post or post licensing. So if you
I'll
could,
get you the
if you
bill.
could send that
Yep.
and, well, what's in statute and then any reference to the rules you're talking about.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple of questions. The reference in the analysis indicates a qualification for such a step forward to have any agency, board, or commission which exceeds 7,000 licensees. How many licensees do you have?
I think that there are I think there are about, and I will again defer to Director Courtney, I think there are about 10,000 real estate licensees in the state currently.
Okay, that was my belief, but I only saw 7,000 here. So I thought, but
It exceeds, I think the language says that if a board or commission has more than exceeds.
I understand, but I was figuring there probably were more like 10,000.
Yep.
So I was wondering, there must be somebody else they're trying to pick off with the number 7,000. So, a second question. I'm sorry, your colleague, who's the president, was introduced as if everybody on this committee had functioning hearing. That would disqualify me immediately. So could you please say your name again?
Joni McIntyre.
McIntyre. That's a name I can even spell. Thank you. And it's Joni.
Joanie.
Oh, Joanie.
And McIntyre is
Oh,
Tire.
Unless you spell it different than all the other McIntyres, I know how to spell it. Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for being here, taking my question. So what is the value for a person to extend their license as opposed to put it on an active status? It sounds like they still have to they have to renew the license and still do the CEUs. Is it just that this will save them money for a surety bond or maintaining a place of business? Is that the basic plus to this for those people?
So those people only have to take one of the courses. They only have to take the core course. And then when they want to reactivate, they have to have all the other courses. But if they were to go inactive for 4 years, they would just have to take the one core course each biennium.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, any other questions? Yep, Representative Gorda.
So I'm someone who likes to have statutes that are solid. And when you have may in a statute, that means like nothing to me, right? The commission may approve. You're either going to or you're not. And I don't know, I mean, someone's going to own that or someone's not going to own it. To me, this is a statement that has no value in statute because it's too vague. Do you have comments on that?
So again, I will defer to Director Courtney in terms of the statutory authority that they're using right now. I guess the only intent here was prior to the OPLC said they had no authority to assist or to approve continuing education. So the intent was to at least give them the opportunity to do so if both the Real Estate Commission and the OPLC felt it was worthy. That was the intent, at least. Whether or not it meets that intent, I don't.
Any other questions? Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So earlier on, Bob, you were talking about the examination and if the date of the statute, proposed statute going into effect could mess up somebody who got their license at that particular moment. We find, as those of us who've been on this committee for a while, that there's a lot of stuff in the statute that, in my opinion, is a potential landmine, because addresses and so forth that are in statute, if that address is no longer accurate, now the statute has to be changed in order to have it be correct. Wouldn't it be better to have these details of the license exam, qualifying exam? Wouldn't that be better to be something that the board would have the authority to change, and it should actually be in rules?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of that is already in existing statutory rules, as well as the real estate, which is REA, the REAs in the regs. So I think a lot of that stuff's already there, but I'm happy to have a conversation with you about other issues that you feel might be better off putting in the.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Director Courtney, you were nodding your head a lot. Would you like to testify on this?
Good afternoon, Lindsay Courtney, Executive Director, Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. I guess I would start by saying that I think that the genesis of this bill, this conversation started probably over a year and a half ago. And I just want to commend the association. We've enjoyed a very collaborative working relationship. And I think that we could certainly continue to work on some language that we can come to an agreement on. There have been some changes since this bill was introduced that I think would require perhaps some modification to the current language. I'll start with Section 4, and I just want to give the committee a little bit of a overview of what was happening at the time this issue came about that prompted the bill. So about a year and a half ago, prior to House Bill 655, House Bill 2, House Bill 409 passing that gave the office the authority to issue licenses, our boards were the subject of several performance audits, dental board, mental health. There were a couple prior to that, which made clear that unless there was statutory authority to have the office approve licenses, that all of the license applications are supposed to be approved by the respective boards. And then subsequently, around that same time, we had staff members for the Real Estate Commission leave, which gave us an opportunity to kind of look into what's been going on for many years. And what had been going on for many years is that staff had been evaluating, approving programs, instructors, and that approval did not line up with the statutes or the rules. So one of our goals of our strategic plan is to ensure that we are complying with our statutes and rules. So I personally took a look at the issue and quickly determined that There was a statutory requirement for the commission at the time to accredit real estate courses. Now, because approval is required, that is tantamount to a license under New Hampshire law. There's also a statutory requirement for the commission to accredit instructors. Again, it's tantamount to a license under New Hampshire law. So essentially, the commission is required to license both courses and instructors. The rules are continue to be a total mess in terms of the requirements between instructors and courses are conflated. And the application and approval process that had been done by staff were also conflated. So our records did not accurately reflect whether an instructor had been issued an instructor license and a course had been approved. It wasn't in compliance with the law. At the same time, we didn't have statutory authority to approve these courses or deny them. So we said to the commission, this is your statutory responsibility, you have to do that. As previously noted, they were concerned about the bandwidth. Subsequently, this legislature passed House Bill 2 655-409 that gave us that authority. So we are now approving the courses. We are also approving instructors based on the PLC rules, as well as any additional requirements set forth by the commission. So currently we are issuing both instructor licenses and we are approving courses. Now, from a policy consideration, I'm not taking a position on whether you need to license instructors. I do want to raise that question because I don't know what value added there is in licensing the instructors if you're also approving the course. So that's something that I think we need to consider. And I think the past history represents that the commission and commission staff had conflated the two and it had really become one process. If it is intended to be one process, we probably just need to repeal the requirement that we license instructors separately. But again, I don't take a position on that from a policy standpoint. I don't think the current language in Section 4 would actually make it any clearer. It would actually arguably confuse it further because it says the commission may approve preparatory courses and continuing education courses. And I think, I don't want to speak for the association, but I do know that the commission and the office agree that the office should be approving these courses. They don't have the bandwidth and really the requirement should be objective and we should be able to do that. So I think by just removing that section, it should be fine. The other issue is the single application issue. If they are two separate licenses, which under New Hampshire law they currently are, we would need to capture that information separately. And the reason for that is you're going to have different instructors on different approved and different courses. And the way we implement that from a technological standpoint, we wouldn't be able to separate that. Now, again, though, I think that the inclusion of that language in this bill just represents that there's been a historic practice of just conflating the two. And maybe we need to work on whether or not we should be doing it that way statutorily. So all that's to say is that's the history of that. I think it's moving, it's working now in light of what you folks did last year. And we can certainly work with the association and the commission on some additional language as necessary. The office doesn't take a position on inactive status. Some of our boards have inactive status, some don't. Some have inactive status that are required to renew, some don't. We are capable of implementing that in either fashion. With respect to Section 2, the post-licensing course, so this again goes back to our adherence or attempts to adhere to the statutes and the rules. So the Real Estate Commission rules, like many of our board rules, are not the best. And in the current rules, they use post-licensing and electives interchangeably. So it's not clear based on our review of the rules that post-licensing actually refers to that first renewal cycle. I think that is the reason why this definition would provide that clarity, and we don't take a position on that. We're happy to implement it, but the reason we haven't been able to implement it is because the current requirement that essentially conflates post-licensing period with electives conflicts with the statute, and we can't have a rule that conflicts with the statute. So by adding that definition, I think it would certainly provide the clarity needed, and we can implement what the commission would like to do, which is to create 4 separate categories of requirements for that first renewal cycle. So lastly, the remaining issue is about the section 1. And I know that the association, Mr. Quinn, referenced an amendment. I'm sure we can find an agreement, and it's probably that language that I haven't re-reviewed, but we did agree to other language that we could work together on. My concern primarily with section 1 is that the boards are currently already not meeting their costs. So as you see on the handout that I provided to you, I've actually separated nursing with nursing assistants based on the conversations that we've had in the past and the potential goal of getting nursing assistants funded through a different mechanism. But there are currently 7 boards that have over 7,000 licensees. We recently did an analysis of where we think they will be in FY26 based on the current funding that we receive from the boards, as well as assuming that we don't have any additional appropriations. So the only boards that are currently meeting their costs are engineers, medicine, and pharmacy. The office through the next budget session is going to have to work with the boards, and we are currently working with the boards. They've all received a letter as to whether we're going to cut expenses or increase revenue. So if we are required to add additional staff, obviously that just would lead to a potential increase in the deficit. And we have other boards that are essentially subsidizing certain boards. So that's our primary concern. The other concern is that what we're trying to do, and I fully recognize that particularly at the time that this bill was introduced, that the office was particularly challenged by the volume of calls, by probably an inefficient way of managing our call volume. We certainly had some concerns with staff responding to constituent inquiries in a timely fashion. I do think that, we have made a concerted effort to improve that. And I think the statistics show that on average, our wait time is fairly minimal. We already have 3 dedicated staff, licensing staff that support the real estate commission and the real estate commission only. And we have a shared board administrator who's responsible for being the liaison. And then our first tier calls are answered by the customer service unit. If they're not able to answer the question, they're passed on to licensing as tier 2. So the concern with having one dedicated person to answer the phones and respond to inquiries that I'm always concerned about is a single point of failure. When I first joined the office, we had single points of failure everywhere. We didn't even know what phone numbers we had. Staff would leave and we had voicemails that apparently were full. Nobody knew that we had those voicemails. There were old numbers that had been assigned to other people. There were checks in the drawers. There were emails that nobody could access. There was information hoarding going on all over the place. This is why it's taken me 5 years to even get to the point where we can look at the real estate commission course issues. So I'm always a little hesitant to say that there should be one person responsible for this particular function. Because anything could happen. They could go out and they could get hit by a bus. They could win the lottery, and we have no idea what's been going on, what's been communicated. So I think we need to have systems in the office. And the system that we currently have is that we have an intake procedure. We don't have the ability to leave voicemails on our main line. We have a triage system. We have a logging system. Calls get transferred, that gets logged. So we have the ability to pull metrics like this. So I think that the association has raised a valid concern. And I think that we are working hard to address their very legitimate concerns. I don't know that I think we should legislate a solution because I think that there may be other solutions that we should continue to look at outside of the statutory process. That said, the amendment that Mr. Quinn passed around, that's something that we could certainly live with if, we could make it work. Basically would require us to consult with the boards, which we are already required to do with respect to funding. And if, they so desire a particular position, then that's something we can certainly live with. The other final piece that I'll just leave you with is that people are not banging down the doors at the state to get a job here. This is very different from when I first started in 2019, where we could hire people. So even assuming we had such positions, it's not a guarantee that we could fill them, and it's not a guarantee that we could fill them with qualified applicants. So I think regardless of what we do this year, the office is committed to having other solutions in place to ensure that we are improving customer service. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Groda and then Lucas.
Thanks. I'm glad you qualified that last statement because I'm sort of in the same boat that you are. I think that the whole purpose of the changes that we made in OPLC was to try and manage the cost of the organization, and I understand that when you first start something different, it can be challenging. So I agree with the 7,000 people putting somebody to handle that. That is not something that right now I have the stomach to do. Right. Number two, I would like more information on how you calculated the projected revenue versus cost ratio for these, because that can be, I could see you could do this many, many different ways. So that information you could share with us?
Yes. So I personally did the calculations. It took me about a month and a half. It's like painting your house. You think it's going to take a day, and it doesn't. I have two spreadsheets. One, because there's two proposed cost allocation models. This is based on the model that we currently use, and that's an allocation based on licensee. And then yes, I can certainly sit down with you. They're very lengthy spreadsheets. Basically, we were able to get down into the nitty gritty and basically able to allocate costs of personnel, which is our highest expense by far, based on projected usage, which is determined by basically an average past usage. So essentially the boards that are using investigators are the boards that are paying for that pro rata portion of investigator costs. Boards that don't use investigators are not contributing to that cost, whereas previously we kind of lumped all of those costs together. And so I think it's a more accurate picture of what the boards are using in terms of resources than we've been able to do in the past.
Thank you.
So this is a little more general question. Seeing this projected P ratio for these licenses, that raises the question for me is, are you at risk of not meeting the requirement of OPLC being self-funding?
So I would say not this fiscal year. So the 12% increase, particularly with wages last year, is a challenge for the office. Historically, we've had a lapse, and this body changed that, so we don't lapse money. And so we did have some rollover last year, and so we are meeting our costs this year, but we're eating into that rollover. So it's clear that we're not bringing in sufficient revenue on a yearly basis to continue to manage to pay for all of these appropriated expenses. And part of that has to do with the fact that many boards, and this is contained in the letters that I sent to the boards over the last month, is that many boards haven't raised their fees in 20 years. And so that, coupled with inflation, coupled with increased costs just of doing business, personnel costs are by far our largest expense. That's a challenge. So we're going to have to make some decisions, and The decisions are obviously decrease expenditures or increase appropriations. And I think it may be a combination of both. Cosmetology, for example, is at what, 28%? They've been around that for years because they have only charged their licensees $50 or $40 for 2 years. Nobody pays that. You know, you've got the physicians paying $350 and they've been paying that for years. And so when you, and barbering uses a significant amount of resources. So I think that we're going to have some hard conversations with these boards over the next couple months as to, you know, what would you like to do?
Okay, and this is to the chair or madam, not currently the chair. Is this going to licensing subcommittee? Oh. Let's talk afterwards.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Representative Gully.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And one quick question, as we were talking earlier about hiring individuals and trying to get people in. Could you tell me where you are on vacancy rate for those answering the emails and the phone calls, or if they're fully filled?
So we just fully staffed that customer service unit. It's only 5 people. But for a while, we had only filled 2 of the positions. It's a position that's very difficult to fill because you're answering phones all day. So what we did is we required every person in the office, including myself, to take a certain segment of time on a weekly basis and answer phone calls. That's how we were able to get down the phone calls. We were just able to remove the staff who aren't assigned to CSU from that call unit just this week. And I will be monitoring to make sure that the call volume is still low, or that the wait times are still low.
Anyone else? Yes, Representative Gould.
But do I remember the question now? Okay, yes, I do. So my question is, given the time crunch for all of this, if you talked, if I heard you correctly, you talked about there was some conflicting statutes currently that complicate matters for this commission. Is that correct? And the office?
So I think Section 4 would confuse things further, because I think at the time that it was drafted, it was not clear. Maybe we didn't have that authority yet under 655 or 409, but now we do. So I don't think we need Section 4.
So follow
up.
So my question was, I heard that I was correct in understanding there's already some conflictual stuff. My question is, if we do not pass this, does it make matters worse or better?
I think that, and I don't take a position, but I think there's a articulated need on the inactive piece. That makes sense to me. And so I think I would think you would need to move something forward in order to make that happen. And I think post-licensing the definition as well. Now, I think the Real Estate Commission has the authority to do that in rule. And so we're basically inserting a statutory definition to shore up their rules, when in reality they could just redo the rules. But practically, that's always a challenge with some of our with regulatory boards.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Grota.
So a possible solution would be to take that inactive piece and add it to something else. So that's not where the fiscal note comes in, right?
The fiscal note comes in because of the requirement as worded that we have dedicated staff.
Right.
Yes, correct.
So so that's one way of getting that across the finish line without taking the rest of the bill with us. Well, what I don't want to do is, sorry.
Any other questions? Thank you, Director.
Thanks for
Appreciate
your time.
Did anybody else wish to testify on SB 480? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing on SB 480. I will open up the public hearing on SB 372 and welcome the very patient Senator Murphy. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Senator Murphy. I represent the people of Goffstown, Hooksett, Candia, Raymond, and Manchester's First Ward. One of the strengths of our legislature is that we are not paid $75,000 to be here, as much as that might be. We all have had careers in the past or have careers now. And one of my earlier careers was that I spent a year as an electrician's apprentice. I spent a year crawling around ceilings and wiring up light fixtures and wiring outlets and, panels and all the things electricians do before I decided that that was not the career for me. I was one of 4 apprentices under a master electrician when I was in training. And when I learned, to my surprise, that we have a maximum number of apprentice plumbers per master of 1, a ratio of 1 to 1. And I was very surprised because we all know there's a big problem with building in New Hampshire. Builders are finding it very challenging to get enough workers to build their the homes, and we have a housing crisis in the state. We all know that. There's a number of factors why that's the case, but a lack of talent and a lack of people in the trades is a big part of that. So anything we can do to alleviate that bottleneck, I think, is something that we need to take a strong look at. So this bill was put in and passed because we in the Senate believe that we can double the number of apprentices going through the process, and that would be a good thing to do, a strong step to take. The bill hearing we had in the Senate revealed that this was actually a federal regulation. There was a federal training program that we could possibly be at risk of losing. And so that's why the bill was changed to make the apprenticeship program optional. If the apprentice is registered in the federal program, then it would have to comply with the Department of Labor, which again does still require that 1-to-1 ratio. That's a federal requirement. Not every state is in that program, but we happen to be there. So the person doing the hiring, the employer, can choose to use the registered apprentices with Department of Labor, or can choose simply to hire people and keep them outside of that program. I did pass out an amendment because after passage, we heard a concern that the language in the bill as passed was possibly open to reading it 2 different ways. And so all this amendment does, and I would hope you would pass it, is to clear up exactly what the initial bill was meant to do. Clarify that that a master plumber could have no more than 2 per licensee, not a minimum of 2, which was the concern. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the senator? Seeing none, Senator, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Would anybody else like to testify on SB 372? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing on SB 372 and we'll march right into SB 487 and open the public hearing on that. And welcome Senator Carson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, members of the House ED&A Committee. For the record, my name is Sharon Carson, and I have the pleasure of representing Senate District 14, comprising the towns of Auburn, Londonderry, and Hudson. And I have today for your consideration Senate Bill 487, relative to the division of personnel in the Department of Administrative Services. I would like to just point out the bill basically does 3 things. It creates a new chapter for the Personnel Appeals Board. It repeals 6 statutes related to the Department of Administrative Services Division, and the bill is a request from the Department of Administrative Services. Just a little background about the Administrative Appeals Board. It hears appeals from state employees who believe an application of the New Hampshire personnel rules have been taken wrongly against them. Most often, these cases are appeals of disciplinary actions such as letters of warning or termination from state employee. Currently, the board is administratively attached to the Division of Personnel within Administrative Services. It shares administrative staff who are employed and supervised by the Division of Personnel. The board's operating expenses are also managed by the Division of Personnel. At times, the administrative attachment with the Division of Personnel can cause a conflict of interest by managing the board operations, but more importantly, on decisions the board makes in appeals of employees. All cases question the decisions made by direct employees and ultimately the Division of Personnel. It's not uncommon for the director of the Division of Personnel or even the commissioner of the Department of Administrative Services to be mentioned in disciplinary documents that come in front of the board. That means the director of personnel or the commissioner of the department could be witnesses before the board. Given their role in administering the board's budget and staff, the potential conflict of interest is apparent. Senate Bill 487 dissolves the existing administrative attachment to the Division of Personnel and reorganizes the Personnel Appeals Board as an entity fully independent from the Division of Personnel as well as other state agencies. Senate Bill 487 does have a fiscal impact of approximately $253,000 in 2025 and $315,000 in 2026. It also establishes a fund for basic operating expenses, part-time staffing, parking, office space, equipment, and supplies. At this point, Mr. Chairman, I will conclude my testimony, and someone from the department is here to go into detail. We did have a very good public hearing. We did have some conflicts that the parties were able to get together and resolve. So the bill that you see as amended by the Senate really speaks to a compromise between state employees, labor attorneys, and the Department of Administrative Services. So thank you all very much for your time this afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. And again, I'd ask you to hold your questions because the gentleman from the Department of Administrative Services is here. But I see a couple of people want to try to ask questions, and I will try to answer them if I can.
Yes,
If
Representative
not, I'm
Likas.
just going to point to this gentleman sitting here.
Just briefly, you said that something about it being independent, but it's in 273, which is under labor. So is it actually going to be under the Department of Labor? Is that the plan? Or
Again, Representative,
he's shaking his head.
I
So
think
I'll
he can
wait
answer
for
that
him.
question.
All right.
I'll come to the senator's defense and just wait until the gentleman from the labor is here. Is it something specifically for her or? No. Oh, okay.
No, I just wanted to make the committee members aware that you should be looking at the version with the Senate Amendment 1177S.
Yeah, up
The
in the
bill that
left-hand
was
corner.
originally in your packets did not include the amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I hope all of you have a good afternoon. This is the last bill. So.
You as well. I need a pink card. You can get it to me afterwards if you want to, but just I'll need one, and if you just want to introduce yourself, that's fine for now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Appreciate you taking the time today in considering this bill. My name is Matt Mavageorge. I'm the Deputy Director of Personnel at the Department of Administrative Services. And as Senator Carson said, first of all, I'd like to thank Senator Carson for sponsoring this bill. It's been an effort to get this across the finish line, but we appreciate the collaborative approach we've had with both the president or chair of the Personnel Appeals Board and the unions. We all worked collaboratively on this amendment to get it to where it is today. And we all agree that the current amended version of the bill is a version that we can live with at this time. And we were all doing so in the spirit of the ultimate goal of the bill, which is to get the Personnel Appeals Board separated and truly independent. That being said, the Department of Administrative Services and the unions did have some substantive things that they would like to reserve the right to take up at maybe at a future legislative session, but we felt that the time wasn't right with this bill to necessarily advance those issues at this time. Be happy to take any questions that any members of the committee might have regarding this bill.
Representative Blickis?
First, my question from before, and that this is in the part of statute under the Department of Labor, and is it part of the Department of Labor, or what does independent mean? Who's responsible for it?
Sure, they will not be part of the Department of Labor. It sits very similar to like the the Public Employee Labor's Relation Board, which is another truly independent entity in the state. They're not administratively attached or affiliated with any other state agency. And if this bill were to pass, the Personnel Appeals Board would operate very similarly. It's just where it lands in the structure of the chapter laws.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So are they basically, under the governor directly? Is that either one of those? Is that,
Right, they would just be like any other state agency, and some of them are much smaller than others. Some state agencies are very small, and this would just be like another example of that, reporting directly up.
and hopefully one more follow-up if I could. Okay. So, other than what it sits under, is the structure of this basically the same as the existing board, or is there some changes? Are there some changes?
As far as the makeup of the board, how it operates?
Right.
Yeah, the majority of the language is almost identical to the current version of the Personnel Appeals Board as far as how it sits. The only difference is right now it sits in the chapter laws for the Department of Administrative Services. This would take it out of that. That's why it repeals a number of sections of the current law and sticks it in its own section, gives it its own operating budget and staff. That's really the main difference.
Okay, thank you.
Representative
You're
Willie?
welcome.
That was your question. Representative Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. On line 10, it says at least one member shall be an attorney licensed to practice in the state of New Hampshire, and an additional requirements, experience in the conduct of adjudicative hearings and decision writing. On line 16, it says both the chairperson and vice chairperson shall be attorneys. Is there an inconsistency there? So should it say there should be two attorneys, or is it that that first attorney has to be experienced in adjudicative hearings and decision writing?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Representative, that's a fair point. I think that's something that could be addressed pretty easily and make the requirement that it be at least two.
Thank you.
To make it consistent. Thank you.
I suppose at least one is potentially two. But
Yeah.
any other questions?
Yeah. Could be a way to read it consistently, the two, but yeah.
You helped me out last week. I'm just. I see no further questions. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Did anybody else wish to speak on SB 487? Director, are you speaking on this one? I didn't think so. It didn't seem like your sort of thing. Having said that, I will close the public hearing on SB 487, and we made it. You guys are released for the day. I don't know if we're exacting anything.
We're going into executive committee because we have 3 rural bills that are due out by next week. We will discuss them and vote on. We will start on all of them and see what needs to happen on all of them. And I hope that in most cases we will be able to just say yes or no. Yes.
Didn't we have a time set aside tomorrow if we had to follow up? Didn't get through the agenda today?
No.
Okay.
At any time, it's for next week.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you, my apologies.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So Senate Bill 134, does somebody have a motion?
Ought to pass.
Okay, Representative Schmidt moves ought to pass. And Representative Gould second. Did you wish to speak to your motion?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I was astonished by the testimony we heard on this bill. And crestfallen to realize that it could be possible in this state to have police officers who faced gunfire and were not merely facing gunfire, but were shot multiple times and were miraculously not killed on the spot. And if we can put $100,000 on the line for fallen firefighters or police officers, and not something similar for people who are shot but survive, or run over by vehicles and survive, then I think that we ought to do what this bill. I don't know whether the bill's any good in terms of its mechanics, but you guys are going to tell me that. Thank you.
Representative Gould, do you wish to speak to your second?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with everything my colleague said, and I'll just add, with all of the concerns we all hear and we all share about PTSD and our first responders, all I needed to hear was our statutes state they are worth more dead than alive.
Representative Blackus?
I'm certainly not opposed to this, and I support what it's trying to do. I would just feel more comfortable voting for it, not saying I won't, if I had some kind of a realistic fiscal note. And the reason I'm concerned is the existing one is so large, and looking at the changes, it's not clear to me why it would be dramatically less. I don't know.
I'd like to comment on that because I was listening to Mr. Carlin and the other people speaking about the cost. Apparently, when they did the first estimate, they were incredibly conservative on how many people this would apply to. And they were also working from the first version of the bill, which had a lot of factors that this one doesn't. At the moment, the cost is some reprogramming at the retirement system, of course. The difference between their current pension and $75,000 for the two individuals who have been identified, plus $1,000 a month for medical benefits. So approximately, it may be as much as $100,000 a year for each of two people. And considering the limitations on what kind of an event would allow somebody to qualify for this, I can't think that it's going to be a
Yes,
whole
I mean,
lot.
they must have been assuming that vast numbers of police officers were going to get shot, so.
And since we don't think that's the
hopefully that
case,
won't
we
be-
pray
okay.
that's not the case.
Thank you.
It can't be that as much as is in the fiscal note. The fiscal note's also based on the unamended bill, which was different.
Have you heard, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just quickly.
Very quickly.
So when the original bill came in with regard to $100,000 for dead firefighters or police officers, we initially looked at the funding mechanism. Diane, you'll remember, and it was, we decided that the insurance policy was going to be more expensive than just paying for it out of the general fund, and we changed it to funding out of the general fund, and the issue has never been raised again.
Mm-hmm. Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just point out that we're all aware of the law enforcement memorial out in front of this building, and most officers that are injured in this manner are no longer with us. So I think we owe it to those that do happen to survive to do this for them.
Representative Lakis?
Yeah, so, I'm not arguing against that. I just, if I'm gonna vote for it, I want to feel a little comfortable about this. One is, so what we're thinking is maybe a couple $100,000, and hopefully not much in the future, would just be out of the retirement system. What isn't clear to me is, where does the money for the medical insurance part come from? Is that general
That's
fund?
also from the retirement system. They have a medical subsidy that's limited to a small number of people.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that medical subsidy, I believe, is tied to the normal costs when they figure it in going forward.
Yep.
But if I may, I just specifically want to thank Mr. Doherty and Mr. Lewis for their services that they provided, being from Manchester and working 32 and a half years on the fire department side by side. I appreciate it and thank you very much. And thank you for bringing this forward. I hope it helps and it goes forward.
I'd like to say that we should look very hard at why timeout on workers' compensation doesn't count toward one's pension, because if you're injured or hurt on the job for any reason, you can't work. I mean, and it should be creditable. And I think that's something to look into for next year. Anyone else? Representative Simon?
I was just going to say I agree with that, Madam Chair. I was hoping we were under too much of a time crunch, but I was hoping to be able to fit that into this one. But yeah, we'll look at it for next year.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, in that case, the motion is ought to pass by Representative Schmidt. The clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Dolan. Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Absolutely.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
16 yeas, 0 nay.
All right, I think this should not be on consent. Representative Schmidt, I would like your committee report at your very earliest convenience.
I'll get right on it. Thank you.
Okay. Senate Bill 480 is the next early bill. And as mentioned, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
While I was watching you guys work, the real estate board or the association suggested that we delete sections 1 and 4, which are the troublesome parts, and simply pass sections 2 and 3, which they need to, as soon as possible.
One addition to that is, there was a comment I think they made about the date in section 2, moving it from 2020 to 2024, so we don't change the requirements underneath people. At least that was my understanding.
Okay. The post licensing is, I believe, a reference to some language in the rule that allows the board to specify different training, continuing education requirements for new real estate agents that don't apply to more senior people. So in their first year, they have specific training requirements. And
So is there any reason for it to be earlier than 24? A little fuzzy on that.
I don't think so.
Yeah, that's what they asked for. Doesn't mean they're right.
So, Representative Rhoda?
So if we have an amendment to this bill that only includes that section, does that remove it from an early bill because there's no fiscal note now?
No.
No.
You know, if it's an early bill, it's an early bill, even if you change it into a study committee.
I think the issue is that we can't guarantee that the House will accept the amendment. And
For
so we
one
can't be sure it won't have a big fiscal note.
Oh,
I mean, we can assume, but we can't guarantee it, technically.
Also, the system is not set up for that kind of flexibility. Once an early bill, always an early bill.
but we're saying that we only want to have section 2
And 3.
and 3.
Right,
And that's what the amendment would recognize, correct?
correct. And change the date on line 13.
Right, and so could we have an amendment and vote on this next Tuesday?
Certainly.
Okay.
We will take care of that, and unless there is some objection to, or other discussion or comments on this.
No, and if it's okay with the chair, I have to go to, well, I think they're gonna still be open. I have to go to OLS about something else, so I can take this down with me, if you'd
Okay.
like.
If you'd like to, I'm more than welcome.
My
More
own,
than
my
delighted
only
to
non,
have you.
my only non-germane comment is I'm not amused by the Senate heaving junk over the wall. But
I am not amused by the Senate sending us junk either. We will have to deal with it. Okay, so Senate Bill 480, we have an amendment pending and we'll vote on it on Tuesday.
And just to be clear, it's an amendment that is really relates to section 2 and 3 only.
Right, with one change in date. Okay. All right. Senate Bill 487, Division of Personnel. Does someone have a motion?
I'll move out of pass on Senate Bill 487.
All right, I'll second. Wish to speak to it?
Sure, I think that for to address the conflicts between the appeals board sitting inside the agency board, this bill would address that, and it seems to have been a collaborative effort, and I think the committee should pass it.
And
I-
response to my second, I'd like to say that this bill as amended does have very good transition language. It says that the current members are to stay there unless, according to the current law, we don't have to reappoint the whole board. And DAS will help them to get their office set up and so forth.
Do we need to address the conflict that Representative Brown raised about the number of attorneys on the 2 lines?
That's an existing law. I personally think they've got 3 attorneys. Okay.
He noted a
Yeah,
conflict.
at least one member, labor relations or personnel professional, at least one shall be employed in public personnel, and at least one member is an attorney experienced in the conduct of adjudicative hearings and decision writing, and the chair and the vice chair shall be attorneys, one of whom could be that other attorney.
All right.
But it sounds like there's at least two attorneys, 2 labor people, and one person who might be either.
The gentleman from personnel just indicated that he would be okay with fixing that
he was being
language
agreeable.
to make it clearer. I just thought I'd raise it.
Okay, well, I think that's current statute, and I don't know what it should say.
Well, like I said, the testimony from the gentleman from personnel said that was a little conflict that could need fixing. So.
He also agreed that at least one could mean 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, Representative Blackus?
Yeah, just, do you or anyone have any idea why the cost is going from 72,000 to 356,000 for running the board? I'm just curious. It's like,
Probably because the effective date is, 60 days after passage.
well, it's for each of the following 3 years.
Oh, no, the current budget is 72,000, and it goes to 356.
Right.
Because they are getting a separate office, independent people. They're not stealing people from the Division of Personnel
Okay, thank you.
for their staff. Representative Schmidt.
So I finally gave in to the fact that I can't hear worth a lick except when you guys are talking. So I was out of the office, out of the committee room when this bill was heard. If everybody else is comfortable with this with this bill, I'll stay and vote yes on it. Otherwise, I don't think I should vote on it. But if everybody else is comfortable with this and sounds like it's a solid bill, I'll stay on and vote for it.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, then, the motion is ought to pass by Representative Grota. And the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Dolan. Clerk votes yes. Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Grota.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
I think so.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Davis.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
15 yeas, 0 nay.
Okay. This is, again, is too expensive to go on consent, so we'll put it on the regular calendar. Yes?
Is 372 regarding the plumbers safe enough for us to move now?
That's what I was about to come up with.
We have to change them.
We have to get a new amendment, though.
We have to get a new amendment. All right, so.
No,
It's a Senate.
It's a
we can't
Senate
use
amendment.
Senate amendment, unfortunately.
We'll have to have it rewritten.
So yes, please. Okay, but does anyone have any other comments on this? On Senate Bill 372 to go to two apprentices?
I'm okay
If,
with it.
if the plumber wishes. Okay, so we will recess the exec on that in order to get a proper House type amendment and vote on it on Tuesday.
All right.
We are here on Tuesday.
In this room.
It will be in the legislative office building. I think it's in this room, but I wouldn't swear to it. We will, we can find it.
So is that going to be notice with a revised amendment, or do we not, or revised notice, or we don't need that?
It will probably be revised, but we'll list the two bills that we need amendments for. How about Senate Bill 600?
I have serious reservations about that bill.
Okay? I think that's okay.
Well, that was
If there's a
that was the other question I had.
If there are questions that serious about it, we'll send it to subcommittee and let them at least talk through the issues.
Thank you.
And we won't schedule this one for an exec on Tuesday.
Thank you.
I think there's a few problems. One is the issue of certified versus licensed, should it be or? I think that's, and then the number of years there was, people want to change it, so.
That doesn't even sound workable. He said it's a lot of turnover in that field. And it would be very unlikely you would have a lot of people
I agree.
available.
We'll have questions in subcommittee to OPLC.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Yeah.
Okay, it looks like it'll be a lively subcommittee on that. And I don't know why the Board of Accountancy wants 30 months instead of 18 months to finish taking the test, since they didn't bother to show up.
Madam
All right,
Chair, I
so
just
good
have,
luck dealing with that one. So recap, 600 went to subcommittee. Representative Grota is getting an amendment to cut up Senate Bill 480. Representative Gould is getting an amendment to adopt the Senate amendment to 372, and the other two have been passed. Okay, thank you all. And I am closing the meeting.
We'll see you Tuesday, right?
Yes,
Today's Wednesday.
today is Wednesday. We'll see you Tuesday.
So the other.
Okay, so